Duel! Hello, everybody. Welcome. Finishing touches on the tournament are underway. I don't even have to look. I know that's my boy, Sean. I cheated. I actually looked. Hello, Sean. Welcome. We are going to click that start button. We're going to click the timer. We're going to click the ticket button. We're going to click the alert. Alrighty. Oh, and we'll also do this thing here. All right. Tournament has commenced. 250. I thought about doing something special for it. Because, 256, huh? It's a hell of a run. Regardless, let's fix that. Fix you. Oh, if you're booping at this one, you should take a peek at the one I thought about running. Turns out if you search Trickstar fan art, there are some interesting options. So, if you guys aren't aware, today's event is, in fact, no side deck. We're gonna go ahead and announce to people. Ooh. But for the next couple weeks, we will be experimenting with seeing whether or not removing side deck from the format, which only really benefited Trickstar, will actually, or not Trickstar. What? Can you tell I've been playing a deck recently? Side deck really only benefits Salad anyways, so why don't we remove that, force the Salad decks to commit to something, and if that doesn't work, then, you know, whatever. We'll see what happens. I can already tell you, having looked at the entries today, we're gonna have some options for Spice. Okay, I have found a match I would like to observe. Just waiting for both players to get in there. We got Kamina Pro. Haven't seen you for a few. How you doing? Versus Shiny Sophion. Oh no, summoning Lady Debug. Oh no. Ah, but it isn't actually the Vile deck. We appear to be on Code Talkers ? Now, if you guys aren't aware, Code Talkers are a deck that have been seeing some minor success in the Japanese metagame. We are gonna see if that can hold true here. Link climbing up into our Decode Talker. If we are playing the skill that I think that we're playing, we are going to be able to activate our Recoded Alive skill. Gonna go ahead and get searching. We're gonna go ahead and resummon that microcoder, giving a little extra protection to our Decode Talker. We are in fact on Recoded Alive, or Code Talker Alive rather. 3 back row. All right, can't ask for much more in this particular situation. Now, Kamina Pro up at the top is on Shark. Might be some variation of the water decks that have been making a splash in the metagame once again with the additions they received from the most recent box. Deep Sea Diva. The classic combo, Diva into Infantry. Now in this situation, we do have our skill that we can use to summon a rank 4. However, one of the additions in the box is the rank 2 Cat Shark, which will allow us to make a play even without access to our skill. Most decks, if they are running it at 1. We're gonna go ahead and take out that infantry, denying the additional regular summon. And that will pass turn. Oh no. Well, this should just be an easy OTK. Oh, another new card, Sea Archiver. It's an interesting addition. I don't think I've seen this in the list. We're gonna go into the Code Talker. We're gonna summon another. Does that actually do anything for us here? Well, regardless, we should have OTK. Activate the Recoded Alive. Go ahead and duck out for our Power Code Talker and easy OTK. Game number 1 going to Shiny Sophion. Easy. I've just turned on the F off button on my job. Well, I hope you I hope you have plans for after. I don't know if watching the Duel Links tournament here today is gonna pay the bills. Lukoa. Good morning, Brawl. Hello, Hugh. What did I think of the GG Tour results yesterday? I mean, it was to be expected. I was a little saddened. Okay, one, I was obviously happy to see a water deck doing extremely well, but I was extremely sad that I mean, yo, what do you want? Salad is everywhere. Do we take those? It does not appear that we take those. Shark structure. I think the shark structure is not real. Diva into infantry. Infantry into Gishki Chain. Okay. Gishki Chain grabbing a copy of Nekroz Mirror. All right. Oh, okay. Uh-huh. We are on some 30-card Gishki or water Nekroz variant. There's the Dweller. Okay. No back row. One form of interaction here. Can you play through it, Shiny Sophia? Okay, I had a match I wanted to watch and it's already over. Holy Jesus. Bros, chill. We're gonna go ahead and search for our backup secretary. We're gonna shotgun the Dweller effect. Go ahead and destroy the debug. Enemy controller. Gonna say no to that. Take the Dweller. And what are we tired of, Lucoa? If you don't mind me asking. Subtraction, we're gonna make that Gishki a tiny boy. Oh my god, do we have OTK again? Oh, we do. Going into the Decode Talker. The OTK potential of this deck is funny. Oh, by the way, Icy, are you still in your room? Because if you're still in your room, chill there. I want to watch your games. Recoded alive. We're going for the OTK. Easy 2-0 victory. Well played, Shiny. Keep in mind for today's event, we are doing 5 rounds, top 16. I believe 4 to 5 X2s will top. So do keep an open mind to that. Even if you do a little poorly, there's a good chance you have a chance to still top. We had 55 entries today, which is not bad at all. We are going to watch a replay because this is a deck that I have been playing recently. I want to see what they're doing here. It'll probably be one of the decks I'm playing next in my non-tournament stream. I dedicate this win to enemy controller. Hey, man. Sometimes to beat them, you gotta join them.
Duel!
Triple set from Icy. Abystius gonna go ahead and pop And we won this match. Warning point, we're gonna make it so you can't do anything with the Abystius. Heavy infantry into... Wasted an activation of the skill for no reason. Oh, that's a hell of a top deck. We're gonna go ahead. Oh, this is just lethal. Bro. Wait, no, it's not lethal. Wait, did we... Yo! All right, game number 2. Ray, you're off script here. You're making water look kind of bad here, bro. What's going on? All right, game number 2. What do you got here, Icy? Ray Striker gonna get to lead things off here. We're gonna open with a fairly weak play of a Lone Dweller. Okay, I don't think this is a problem. Attacking directly. Tag out for Licorice. Return to the hand. Resummon. Attack. Tagging out Corobane. Yep. I can tell you guys that if you give up the cope of wanting to... If you give up the cope of wanting Trickstars to do anything fancy, they're a hell of a, like, Goki 2.0 deck. That's all I'm going to say. I think they may actually be a little bit better than we gave them credit for. Thank you for holding that room for me, Icy. Appreciate that. All right, let's see if we can find another interesting matchup. If nothing else, going with this choice of no side has apparently made people get really creative with their decks. We're definitely gonna watch that one at some point today. Okay, so sorry guys, I'm just trying to find another match. Still waiting on Nelag to give me my cool breakdown. We are all over the place here. Okay, we're gonna watch you. No, we're not gonna watch you. Where were you at? I just saw one I wanted to watch. Okay, here we go. Breakdown doesn't look too crazy, but there is definitely some. There's more decks here than I was expecting. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna start. So we're gonna watch this one, but we're gonna start with a replay. No, we'll get right into game 2. We may go back though. We have Fionn versus Kuro Kodairu, who always brings some interesting matchup or interesting decks. Normal summons Licorice, transmodified Chain into Star Seraph Scepter, activating Sovereignty into Ouroboros. Stick chair there. Oh. I don't even know how to say what's going on here. We're gonna go ahead and go into Amatrix. We're special summoned. Back to the front, bringing back Korobane. Licorice to return the Korobane to hand. Korobane effect, destroying the Amatrix. Okay, that's pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. Still sitting on 3 back row. What are we doing here? We're gonna go ahead and draw Smyger. Get Smygan. We're gonna go ahead and go into a Rion. Bro. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Okay. What would we like right about now? Lilybell to get back to Korobane would be nice. We don't have it. We're gonna activate. Looks like we're going for a level 6 synchro play. That will be the Powered and Zektron. Cannot be destroyed, no damage this turn. You know how it works. Impact in the end phase. Bring back the Citri. I don't know if they're dead. He used Transmodify. Taking out a warning point with the Raigeki break. That's an unusual tech. Sure, why not? Psy Reflector, giving us 2 tuners and a level 6 for a potential Quarion play. We're gonna go ahead and activate the Assault Beast effect to search for the Assault mode activate. This is the kind of Yu-Gi-Oh! I want. Psy Reflector revealing the Assault mode. Bring back the Beast. We have all sorts of plays. Excuse me? Is that a... Wait, 8? So we can go into a... This isn't Trish. Gonna go into Vermilion. Okay. Probably gonna take out that back row. It is a back to the front. Not gonna do anything for us here. Bring back a third copy of Licorice. Go into an 8. Red Dragon. Yeah, sure. We're playing Red Dragon Archfiend in our Assault Mode Crystron deck. I mean, why wouldn't you be? I mean, it makes... Why are we attacking the defense? Bruh. Assault Mode Red Dragon. Do you think, bro, do you think that's gonna be game 2 going to Fion? Do you think he runs Assault Mode Red Dragon Archfiend? Do we have that? Yeah, we do. We have that. It's like a terrible card though. Why would anyone be on that card? It is so unbelievably bad. I'll be honest, I wasn't paying attention, Sakadetsu. He could have discarded it for all I knew. Oh no, don't get me wrong. Considering that deck, yeah, sure, why not? It's in the deck. I would believe it at this point. You could tell me literally anything, and I would believe you. Right? You've gone... Well, actually, I believe... Isn't the skill Trickstar together? No, it is not Trickstar together. What skill are you on? Hello? I don't think we've mentioned what we're on, or shown. Hello, Potato! Welcome, my friend. Do you think, like, Draw Sense Light doesn't really do anything when you're running, like, Stick Chair and Trickstars? It's just like Draw Sense Monster, basically. Alrighty. We have an Inzektron play available to us. And an impact set, probably. Orin, I think it's been delayed temporarily. And, you know, just casually opening up the chair. No problem. Second copy of Chair, gonna go ahead and summon itself. Don't worry about it. Rank 4 triple Xyz summon. Going into Deltaros. Deltaros get poppin'. Taken out. The Rion cannot be responded to, or sorry, that would be the Star Seraph pop. Oh my god, just bro, chill. Bringing back his own Sulfefnir so he no longer has access to it. Crystron Impact. We're going to go ahead and bring back the Fistburn. What do you expect here? Like an Econ take or something? Like what? Where do we have lethal here? We do not. We will go ahead and destroy Fistburn in the graveyard. Impact in the graveyard. Crystron Hal Gwen. Would you like Mako? Well, would you like Mako to get a Crystron Hal skill? You want to play 3 Hulk? Oh, well, okay then. At least we're being reasonable. And we set up a lethal play here. We should be able to... Can we Quarion? Will we Quarion? Excuse me? Any paleo frogs? Maybe. She unironically. Pretty unfortunate use of Bottomless there. Any Code Talker? Yes, Elton. The first game we watched was a Code Talker matchup. I don't even think Xyz spam is the correct way to play it, Sakadetsu. I believe you literally play it as a... Excuse me? But why? Amatrix is gonna put just all of these into defense mode. My voice might be too low. I'll try and modify it a little bit. Let me know if this is better. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I watched one of my own videos recently, which I don't really normally do, and I was a little disappointed how low the game audio was, so I wanted to tweak it upwards a little bit. Oh my god, do we have lethal? That back row needs to be impactful, or I think we have lethal. Thank you for the raid, McBob. I'm very disappointed that you did not hit. Oh my god, please. Are you joking? Oh, it's gonna happen. Wait, do you have another Korobane in hand? Why would you not return Korobane? Okay, we got Korobane. And Trickstar just stealing the game from out of nowhere. Turns out when you can just vomit out a 3,600 attack monster, pretty good. Well played, Kurokadairu. Well played, Fionn. Oh, look forward to seeing you in the next rounds. Alrighty. What do we got left in the round for us to enjoy? I mean, if you look at that deck list and call it, quote, a beatdown deck with hand trap, did we watch the same game? Because, yo, what the hell? Looks like one match left. And of course, it would be a Phantom Knight deck stalling us. This is, in fact, no side, Deathroy, yes. Blind MST. Take nice. Alright. Not your dragon, my dragon. The Mana Dragon will activate. Gonna go ahead and bring back the fusion. Loading up the board, going into Phantom Knight order. We're gonna go into a second copy of the Breaksword. Get Fang with Chained. Sword in response so that it'll go to the graveyard. Wait, what did we put that on? What did we equip it to? Oh, it's not equipped to anything right now. Any Thunder Dragons today? No. Mako, it's 5 rounds, top 16. We're just like trading monsters. Here, you can have my monsters. I think this should be it. Can't he pop the crackdown with Gearfried's effect? Probably. I don't know how it works. Like, this should just be lethal now, right? Bang with Chain has more effective use now that Book of Moon is being used less. I agree. Why the sword no die? Mizu raiding with a party of themselves. So good of you to join us, my friend. Hello. Appreciate you. And this should just wrap things up. Gonna go into regular old slash dragon. There is a delay, probably a wings. We can get in for 3,000 damage, but not lethal. What kind of plays we even got left open to us? I think we just don't have the resources. We've gone through all three of our break swords. And we're gonna admit defeat. That is a 2-1 victory for Puzzles. And that should be the end of the round. All right, we should be in round number 2. Go ahead and show the breakdown today. So today we have 20 Salamangreat, 9 Water, 7 Odd Eyes, 3 Phantom Knights, 3 Trickstar, 2 Code Talkers, 2 Red Eyes, then 1 each of Crystron, Dark Magician, Destiny Hero, Fish, Goki, Metal Foes, Naturia, Necroz, and TG. Oh, I know who the Naturia player is. I could have told you who it was before I even, clicked on the name. You see a deck in this list and it's really bizarre. It is almost always Darkness Light. I want you guys to understand something. He did lose round number 1, but it was a 2-1 loss versus Water Xyz. He took a game off of the new Water deck. Giga Chad. Is all of the Code Talker from Playmaker, Dual Rewards, and the starter deck? I mean, it's mostly that kind of stuff, if I'm not mistaken. Let me take a quick peek and before I... So... you do use stuff from the first link box. Because you want Lady Debugs, microcoders from the structure, Signet Minings, Lady Debugs. Some of them do use some trap cards that you might not have, but you can substitute those. But if you go into the main link box, you basically have everything you need. Besides the structure as well. I would say it is not out of... if you're already going into the box for Salad, you can pick up Code Talkers relatively easily. Do you guys really want to watch Naturia? Really? Really? All right. I mean, all right, guys. How can I deny you? Just waiting for both players to get to the room. How frustrating. Sorry guys, taking care of something. Be right with you. Naturia Marin Pass. Activating back to the front. We're going to bring back Naturia Antjaw. When your opponent special summons a monster, you can summon one level 3 or lower Naturia monster from your deck. All right. And Mel appears to be on Salamangreat, so good luck, gamers. Summoning out Naturia Sunflower, you contribute this card and one Naturia monster to negate the activation of an effect monster your opponent controls and destroy it. Activate Balinx. Do we nuke this? That Sunflower says, hell no. Are we good? Holy Jesus, what happened? Let me... Yeah, I'm trying to fix that, guys. Sorry about that. No, I don't have anything going on. I have Start GG open. I have my Creator tab open. That's it. Very bizarre. I think we're back now, though. Really bizarre. I don't know. I don't even know if it was on my end. I have no dropped frames. Everything looks good on my end. Bitrate, okay. My bitrate looks stable though. Hello, Gecko. I don't know. I'll keep an eye on it, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, so Olenoides taking out the Roar. Are we just dead? Well, we got excited for a hot second, and then Salamangreat did Salamangreat things. Why are you leaving the table, Darkness? Econ and TTH should be banned. I don't know about TTH, like, especially in this current meta, but...
Let's duel!
Normal summon Ant Jaw, 2 back row, ass. Yeah, as World said, like, TTH versus a Saladon, like, okay, don't get me wrong, there are metas where TTH is absolutely in vogue, but more and more, it's kind of been falling out of favor because, like, would you like to have just your TTH, or would you like to also run, like, Compulse? What's TTH? Treacherous Trap Hole. Your opponent can activate a spell or trap card only once per turn. Wait, hold up. He is not once per turn. Hold up. Excuse me? Naturia Butterfly? Is it the new meta? Absolutely not. So hear me out. Econ take special summon. Do I believe Naturia can win this? I never doubt Darkness. Oh, the legend himself is in the channel. You should be focusing on your game, bro. There's our one spell activation. Not that it mattered. Polanoids, take out the field spell. Doesn't even go to combat. Activating Naturia Sacred Tree. We're gonna tribute off that Ant Jaw. Bringing out the Tulip. What's the game plan? What? Hello, Drewy. They have not. So if I can assume that you are saying that I am Hog Champion. Not sure what the game plan, right? Imagine using an Econ against the Tulip. I absolutely refuse to let my Balinks die. Oh. Okay, imagine using Rebellion against a Tulip. That sweet 300 attack boost. Huh. God, you know what, guys? God bless you. You know, it's probably going to still come down to like half the top cut being Salamangreat. But this right here, this is the nonsense that I live for. Also, kindly no peepos on chickens in the chat, please. Did Naturia win the first round? No, they lost. It was a 2-1 victory for their opponent. Imagine that you're now going to potentially Security Dragon bounce a Naturia monster back to hand. So 4 to 5 X2s should top today. We are doing 5 rounds. Bringing out a copy of Naturia Beans. Once per turn, this card cannot be destroyed by battle. When this face-up card is selected as an attack target, inflict 250 damage to your opponent. Yep, beans. We're gonna reincarnation summon our Balinks. The Tulips gotta go. Cannot get over the Rose Whip. Does not want to fight the beans because can't out the beans. What is even our game plan, bro? I feel like you guys have trapped me in a match that is both entertaining and pain at the same time. Activating back to the front to get the butterfly. We're negating a back to the front. Sure, of course. Why wouldn't you? I think we know where this is going, though. Naturia Beast when? True. Naturia Beast when? I agree. Oh no, the beans! Darkness inflicting his first bit of damage. Why can I not find you? Wait, what? Do we have an unstoppable dragonfly now? Literally cannot out Dragonfly. Bro. Just imagine. You're like, well, God help me, what do I do here? I have answers to most things, but I do not have answers to this. If we're running another copy, can't we just Rose Whip into another Dragonfly? Guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've kind of given up being able to figure out how to even talk about this. And sorry, also trying to finish up a back end issue. Mako Tsunami. The beans are back! But isn't that just yep death? No! That's it. Show me. Wait, did we not want to draw? Oh my lord, is Fruit Fly now going to stall us out? You guys forced us into this one. You're gonna pay the price for it. You need to take responsibility, chat. I swear some of you with your names to remove tickets go out of your way to make this difficult. Okay, now we're done. In before Wall of D. Yeah, at this point, I'm pretty much expecting that. This should be game now, though. It's kind of dangerous. We got the Beans on the field. Beans is gonna die. We got piercing damage. Why the Marin? Yes, CM Schofield, you saw Salamangreat struggling to defeat the Naturia Beans. We almost were going to lose to the raw, overwhelming power of Naturia Dragonfly. Alrighty, let us find another game. Hmm. I agree, Quantum. Give it a week or so. It'll be the new rogue deck on the block. Well, that's about as optimal as you could hope for. Abystius into Dragoon discard, searching for the Gundo, or the Gund and the Marksman. Deep Sea Diva gonna go into a copy of Infantry. Croc gonna take out the... Oh, hello. That was a bit... I don't think enemy controller really does anything here. This is just lethal. I mean, we had to use it, but there's a line of lethal right here. Anemone gonna go ahead and revive the low attack Ravenous Croco Dragon. 2000 easy OTK. Jet Ski winning game number 3. That is the power of water, best deck. Oh. To be fair, though, he did get pretty lucky with that snipe. Hello, ICU. Absolutely not. Do I know if the tier list will be updated today? Either today or early tomorrow. I think there was some delay because of an issue with like getting the poll out on time or something. The code was like bad for like a day or something like that. We can watch a Salad Mirror, or, well, we already solved the problem here. Here we go. Refresh versus Sticky Finger. This is game number 3. Oh, you got jebaited, Kazax. It is in fact not Salad versus Salad. Got him. If it's on Jaden, it's probably, I mean, I haven't looked at the deck list, but one of the primary skills you play is just Ties That Bind, because you're not really reliant on a skill. Candina, get searching for another copy of Licorice. Ties that bind. We're gonna protect. Corobane, get boosting. Hello, Big Bog. Do you think Trickstar could have their burn nerf reverted and not be too oppressive? Licorice to get dodging the security dragon. Candina, get searching. Another copy of Licorice. Corobane, special summon. Ties that bind. Enemy controller. All right. We do have the Licorice bounce here. This is actually going to be exceedingly difficult for Sticky Finger, I think. Into Update Jammer. Uh-oh. We going for lethal? This didn't Trickstars have that? Because you would return Corobane to hand, they'd send one monster to the field. Well, congratulations, Sticky. I'm probably time or something. Yeah, Refresh is already saying it in chat. Had game, lost to time. It doesn't matter if Gearsu doesn't target. He had 2 monsters on the field, so there would still be 1. The only thing you care about is having a monster on the field and Corobane in hand. They can't get over you. Unironically, guys, I think Trickstars are better than we're giving them credit for. You just have to play them in a, like, basically Goki-esque just beatdown. It's like a mixture between Goki and, well, more like Melodious. Very similar to Melodious, except your extra deck kind of doesn't matter. You may occasionally go into like Crimson Heart. Melodious are far more better? I don't think so. All right, looks like we're ready for round number 3. Yeah, no. Trickstar Link monsters are cope. Ignore them. Trickstar does nothing, bro. Melodious still... No offense, Orin, but I don't think you know what you're talking about here. Yes, indeed. We are in round number 3. There's a case to be made in Duel Links, in my opinion, for Crimson Heart. Crimson Heart can draw 2. Any Paleo. There are people playing Paleo stuff. I think there's one deck that technically has some Paleo. But if you mean like dedicated Paleo, then no, not currently. I'm talking about Trickstars with their current support, and I'm telling you, I think they are better than people are giving them credit for. I think that they're probably better than Melodious. Melodious skill locks you, Trickstar does not. Don't they just need, like... We just need, like, the other Paleo monster, don't we? There's other Paleo Xyz. Like the attacker version or whatever. Orin, I'll play Trickstar on my next, like, climbing stream, and I think you'll see. It's pretty good. So, obviously, Dynamiscus would be really good, but I think, Anomalocaris, however you want to pronounce it, I believe that alone might put them up there. But yeah, and actually, now that I think about it, would the Link or the Xyz 2, not Link, would the other Link or other Xyz be too much? I mean, water could run it, but would they really? No. Absolutely, Deathroy. Just trust. Alrighty, gonna find ourselves a match to watch. Where you at, Trickstar Dex? Barracks, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Appreciate you. As funny as it would be to watch Kuro Kadairu again, I think we'll chill on that one. Here we go. This is one we can watch. Ardilla, thank you so much for that Prime subscription, my friend. That is very kind of you. I do appreciate that greatly. Appreciate you. We have a game. So, one thing that I have been exploring is we may potentially look into doing some no ban list tournaments. Would you guys be interested in no ban list tournaments? Hold on. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Excuse me? I had my whole little spiel I was gonna go into, and now we're just okay. Okay. We're going into an enemy. An enemy, bring back the infantry, go into the Dweller. Dweller get popping, negating. Sky Striker next deck confirmed. True. Some wasted damage, but that's okay. We don't care. I don't even think it was worthwhile to hop here. I would have done Dragoons. You were clearing the field anyway. Save the pop for the next turn. But yeah, so we're probably gonna start introducing some alternate tournament types going forward, just to have some variety. There's a good chance I'm probably gonna look to do them just outside of the DLM requirements, so anybody can join. I just have to figure out exactly when and how I want it, or basically when I want to do it. This will be an extension of what I was trying to do with the turbo duels, but I think we're gonna start with some no ban list. If that is successful, we will probably try some other like tournament idea simp monthly where you can only play with waifu decks. Hello, Fufu. The Third Eye Weekly has a no ban. Right. Okay. Yes, I have seen that, Valk. What would you say the response to that has been? Do people enjoy it? Because I'll be honest, I'm actually like completely out of date on the no ban list meta. I mean, yeah, it's gonna, that's like the whole point of the format though, Darkness. People are just gonna have fun with it, I guess. I don't know. Wait. Activates. What did we discard? Okay. A personalized ban list. Very much so. People are always surprised, especially since Red Eyes, the decks we used to know that dominated the format, are not doing as well. I will have to talk to you outside the stream about Black Rose Dragon. Is a white mirror too good for Duel Links? White mirror. Target one level 4 or lower fish monster in your graveyard, special summon it. Then you can add one monster from your deck to your hand with the same original name as that special summon monster. You can only activate White Mirror once per turn. Oh, I mean, that's pretty good. That's a 2-for-1. Is it too good? Maybe in the context of not wanting water to be too oppressive, but it would be a fish version of the deck. Probably not. That's a 2-0 victory for Rookie Barber. Well done. Okay. Let us find another matchup. We are gonna go follow Shiny Sophion again. But their opponent is also rather interesting. Both of these players are currently undefeated. What card would I want to come to Duel Links? Oh, that's an interesting question. Let me see one sec. I may have an answer for that. Okay, so I have a meme answer. Is that acceptable? Let me see if all the cards are. Is the bottom guy playing the Code Talker? Shiny, she is in fact playing the Code Talker deck, yes. With the Recoded Alive. I would like for us to get The new Pendulum Amazonas support. These cards are actually kind of cool for the archetype, and I don't think it would be too good for Duel Links. I think they came out in Darkwing Blast. Am I wrong? Yeah, they just released in the TCG. They're by no means are they going to be meta, but you could absolutely play them, or they could absolutely be a thing in Duel Links, in my opinion. Their support for Amazonas is actually quite all right. Get poppin'. We're gonna go ahead and dodge with the Recoded Alive. Lady Debug is a fantastic pickup. Going into the Code Talker, Microcoder searching for a copy of Cynet Backdoor. We're gonna go ahead and Encode Talk, get boosted. Cynet Backdoor, removing to get the Lady Debug. This should allow us to activate the Recoded Alive, bringing back the Decode Talker, breaking the board. But that was a hell of a top deck. Gonna go ahead and rescale. That will give us a 1 and 8. If I had to guess, Steven, no. Penned 1, penned 2, second Donkey searching for Minotaurus. We're gonna, oh, Jesus. We just have lethal. This was, yes, I agree, Cole. This was actually, okay. There was a little bit of back and forth here. Game number 1 going to Seva. Odd Eyes is one of the better decks of the format. Probably made even better by the fact that in a no-side tournament, you're much less likely to run into stuff like Needle Sealing. Serenity, I honestly believe almost all of the music in Vrains is like absolute bangers. Like, I don't think, I mean, obviously we've only spectated so many games and not a lot of Salad, but it'll be interesting to see how many decks are how many Salad decks are like main decking cards like Needle Sealing. I have a feeling it's going to be relatively small, because especially if you're expecting to face a mirror match, you cannot afford to run cards like Needle Sealing. Which is one of the reasons we are trying out no side format to see if that makes a difference. Is the Firewall skill a PvP reward? No, I believe it's actually, it's like the base skill if I'm not mistaken. I agree, Inari. So while I may not be personally happy with the overall metagame, the actual release itself is absolutely fantastic. I do agree, yes. Excuse me? Degrade Buster walling off. You see this in the deck list, but you actually very rarely see it summoned. Pendulum Summon. Can we break this board? What does Degrade Buster do? It can pop a monster that's bigger than it, if I remember correctly. Target one monster your opponent controls with higher attack. Banish it until the end phase as a quick effect. So if they make a big monster, you can go, yep, nope, get out of here. Necro Valley. We will negate the Radish Horse. Get out of here. This is actually incredibly bad for Seva. I'm pretty sure, I think we may be able to lethal on the following turn. Uh-oh. No coaching, but this opens up an interesting play. Will we see Shiny saw what was coming. Trishula Zero was an option. This does leave our Decode Talker in a rough spot, though. I thought Shiny was going to have the advantage here, but it suddenly has changed. Yeah, they have to be a higher attack. Currently walling ourselves off. Another back row. We know one of those is the trap. Electing to take out the Performapal Joker can just... That does make it a little more difficult for Seva to do a synchro or a Xyz play, but we can just bring it back. And Odd Eyes is still rank 4, or level 4 rather. Is perfectly fine crashing, except Crackdown, get out of here. You're mine now. Code Talkers have so much potential to struggle with follow-up. I mean, yeah, I don't disagree. I would actually, like, the skill is obviously really nice, and they have a lot of, like, playmakers. Excuse the pun. But, like, it just needs better boss monsters to go into. And I don't know what that would be, necessarily. Like, the Code Talker line, you gotta be really careful with, I think. Because some of their monsters are just absolute nutty. We will compulse our own Odd Eyes so that we can bring it back. I don't think it's all the mechanics. And also, it's not Playmaker, isn't it? Like, some of the other people do the other summoning mechanic types, aren't? Am I not mistaken? Or am I mistaken, rather? So they don't pend. But did Playmaker himself do all of them? Did he tribute summon? Like, the thing I remember was the one that I remember being particularly noteworthy was when was the first one to do a different summoning mechanic, though? Because I thought I remembered Varus doing the synchro summon being a huge thing where everyone was like, oh my god, they did something other than a Link summon! Was it Playmaker who did it? I honestly can't remember, it's been so long. Thank you for the horrifying imagery, as always, Emp. Pen 1, Pen 2. Yeah, what was your favorite summoning animation in Arc 5, Inari? Isn't this Master Duel music? Well, keep in mind that a lot of the... Okay. Shiny, chill. Keep in mind that the development teams are the same So with Brains World being new and Master Duel being new, they'd have a lot of crossover. Yo! Yo! Code Talker. C Archiver can be brought back if wanted. We do not. Lethal damage, hanging on by a thread the entire duel, then turning it around. Game number 2 will go to Shiny Sophion. Oh, right, Necro. I was paying attention. All right, once again, Shiny Sophion going first. What board can we build? Special summoning Link Slayer as they control no monsters. Normal summoning the Lady Debug. Math Mech Edition. We are gonna go into L phase, existing as nothing more than something to allow us to climb into our Decode Talker. Why do I exist? You give us access to a special summon before going into a Decode Talker. Oh my god. Grabbing the cross wipe. This will give us an additional form of interruption and another back row. 2 back row in addition to our skill added trap. That is a very strong the pyramid. Is Decade not streaming the Meta Weekly anymore? Skex, I would guess not. I've heard nothing about any desire to run it, so you're stuck with me, friend. Yeah, I was hopeful after a New World that we might see more, but is what it is. PCG is in such a weird spot right now. Like, I invested in a new deck, or I mean, not a new one, but I invested in a deck, and I have like zero desire to actually go and play it just because of the nature of the TCG meta right now. Like, I should probably just like deal with it. I have Tearlaments, absolutely not. So, to answer your question, Skex, I believe, and keep in mind that I assume he has analytics that he's looking at. He just doesn't... I believe his focus is entirely on what is going to maximize the views right now. Or not views, but engagement, I guess would be the term. What's the ID? Cynet Ghost. This is a tournament. You can't join right now. Duel rooms can potentially be a thing during non-tournament streams. So, from my own personal looking into things, while Duel Links has a... how to put this? Master Duel has the lock on the casual audience, which makes sense. That's not like a dig at it. Duel Links has a smaller audience, but one that punches up as far as like engagement goes. So the best way I can describe it is, imagine that, you know, if Master Duel had 100 people who were interested and Duel Links had 50 people who were interested, Master Duel would have 80 people watch videos and Duel Links would have like 40 people who watch videos. So yes, the Master Duel videos are going to get more, or that's a bad example, like say 60. Will there be another tournament? We have tournaments every Monday and Wednesday. So yes, the Master Duel one is going to get more views, but the actual engagement as far as the whole pie goes is smaller. Because like, I was going through out of curiosity, just looking at his, at the videos, and like the Duel Links videos would do like 45,000 views, 50,000 views, and then like the Master Duel ones would do like 60,000 views. So like, yeah, it's more, but like, it's not like that much more, but is what it is. For anyone who ever brings this up, the only thing I can really just say is like, at the end of the day, I think the honest answer is just burnout after years of doing it. Thefts, if I had to interject my own opinion, I think that the nature of some of a larger portion of the Master Duel players is such that because they are so negative towards Duel Links, and you know, as people are saying in the chat, you know, anytime Duel Links gets brought up, it's just the Duel Links I can't stuff over and over again. That's like literally all you'll ever see. Because of the specific negativity, you can't like do the thing where you're like, well, what if we just like, can't we do the thing where like you have your lane, we have our lane, and they both coexist together? It's basically like, no, I refuse. Only my thing. Oh my god, and lethal damage. like, please don't get me wrong. Well played, Shiny, by the way. Excellent comeback. Don't get me wrong. Like, at the end of the day, it's like, you know, this community has its own issues as well. Like, it's not perfect, but you know, the amount of effort that has gone into fostering a competitive tournament community, Harrier, whose is a more spicy deck today? Well, I mean, if we look at the list, Naturia? But if you're talking about like actual interesting deck builds, the Crystron was really interesting, and some of the Trickstar are really interesting. Unironically, by the way, the Destiny Hero player, I'll have to double check, but going into round 3, they were undefeated. So, Water Tier 2, I don't know about that. I think Water is a really good deck, but I think it still suffers from the same thing that every deck suffers from, which is Salad exists in the meta. Until Salad receives a significant hit, it's going to be really difficult for any deck to specifically exist outside of the tier 3 area. Like, maybe it can get up there into tier 2 with Odd Eyes, but I really think that remains to be seen. I'm skeptical. I love the deck. I think it's very good, but it has the same issues that it doesn't have the same issues that it had before. It did plug a lot of the holes. Like, the main problem it lacked before was follow-up, and it has that follow-up now. If anything, the fact that you have to give up anything that's not water still really hurts. Like, you would probably love to play DD Crow, for example. But I don't know. It could. In no side format, I think water has a better chance than it does, just like Odd Eyes has a better chance than it does. And that's kind of what we're doing here over the next couple tournaments, is exploring how basically, like, this is about as close as possible to KC Cup format is likely to be. And so it'll be interesting to see how the decks shake out going into the KC Cup, because I think you might, like, obviously the November box is really going to change things up as far as Rooster. I'll get to you on that in just a second. The short answer is yes, but there's a reason for it, I believe. What was I going to say? So the November box is obviously going to shake up the meta, but it remains to be seen how much it's going to shake up the meta. And if it doesn't shake up the meta, like, what does the meta look like? Is it probably Salad, Odd Eyes, Water, maybe some kind of Trickstar? Guys, this isn't Cope. I think Trickstar might actually be okay. Stay tuned. But yeah, so Rooster, to answer your question, when they did that change recently where they reduced the prices across the board for most people as far as packs go, they like increased the amount of packs certain things got, and the bundles got more packs in them. They also went up in price, so, or they went up in gem price. So it's a little annoying, but I don't think it's like, is 100 more on those bundles really a big deal? No, not really. Yeah, the bundle value is still unchanged as long as you go into a box that you might get value out of. Rooster, I do believe people expected there to be a bundle this month, and we didn't get it, so I don't know. I agree, Thefts. I was able to go into this box for significantly cheaper than I normally do, and that was very appreciated. I mean, it doesn't help anybody who's free to play, but for people who dolphin, it's a very dolphin or whale. It is a significantly, it is a much nicer deal. That's been my. So, what I would want to see your build of the Trick Stars there, Kath. Or Chath, excuse me. But yes, I do agree, but you can potentially build to play around that. But we will get a structure deck this month. I do not believe so. Don't worry about it, Valk. Peon, unfortunately, suffering from this main decked Roach. Bouquet. I think isn't. Yeah, okay. I think I know the one you're talking about. Bouquet is fine. I think you just really want to get Licorice in your opening hand, if at all. Like, Licorice can help you play through some stuff. Steven, thank you so much for that continued support, my friend. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thoughts about the opponent +3 with the Trick Star skill? Absolutely trash. What more can you say? I could see reincarnation being added as a via like a skill. I mean, this is kind of the easy answer for anything. Make it part of a skill and make it like trigger, like it's added to the bottom of your deck at the beginning of turn 3 or something like that. So it can't do something to an opponent before they get to play the game. Like, if you really wanted to design the ability for Trickstar to have access to it, you could do it. Like, there's a lot of cards in this game, honestly, that you could put into the game. Like, so for example, Cyber Dragon Infinity would probably be extremely difficult to put into the game and not be abused. Like, yo, that card's really good. But if you made it a skill, what's that trap? That's Unending Nightmare. The one that you pay 1,000 to pop a card, face up spell or trap on the field. Like Cyber Dragon Infinity, you could make it a skill. You could absolutely just go like, you know, at the beginning of your second turn, put a copy of Cyber Dragon Infinity into your extra deck, you have to have, you know, 7 different Cyber Dragons in your deck to activate this skill or whatever. So then it could end up in a deck for Cyber Dragons, and it could not come out first turn. Is there another Trickstar card that searches and adds? Light Stage. The field spell that we didn't get. Yeah, so exactly like Steven is saying. You basically Photon Lord it, except you just make it so it can't be first turn. At least in my opinion. I don't know. I'd want to be careful about making it so that you can get Infinity out too easily. Rooster talking about Light Stage. That one searches for a monster from deck. So you would activate... It's a Rhoda that searches your Rhoda. Does the Crystron still have a chance to top? Technically, yes-ish. 4 to 5 X2s will top today. And that does put us into round number 4. Quick reminder, we are 5 rounds, top 16 today. A Rhoda that is also a Fire Formation Gyoku. Okay, look, man. Yes, I admit that field spell kind of does everything. It searches a monster for you. It Gyoku's a card for the turn. It doubles your burn damage. Like, is that really a problem? Is that a problem? Is that a problem? Just book Infinity? Oh yes, of course. Let's release Cyber Dragon Infinity in the Link meta when everyone has taken book out of their deck. Fantastic idea. I like the way you think, my friend. So the current field spell is probably the weakest of the field spells, Rooster. You probably run 1 copy of it just because it's searchable, but the current version of Trickstar doesn't want to link summon. So like, not sure it really is helpful. Like realistically, what is reviving it do? Unless you exactly have like Licorice in hand. Like, cool, I can go into my Link 3 Trickstar. That's kind of bad. Okay, I think we found our match already. I'm pretty sure. I think Yep. We found our match. The links only exist to dunk on your low life point opponents with maximum swag. All right, just waiting for both players to get into the room and we will have our first matchup. Hello, little rabbit. Well, why don't I show you? We can go ahead and bring up the breakdown once again. We had 55 or 56 people today. I can't remember, one of the two. 20 Salamangreat, 9 Water, 7 Odd Eyes, 3 Phantom Knights, 3 Trickstar, 2 Code Talkers, which is undefeated, by the way, currently 3-0 going into round 4. Did Naturia drop yet? I mean, probably. 2 Red Eyes, 1 Crystron, 1 Dark Magician, Destiny Hero, Fish, Goki, Metal Foes, Naturia, Necroz, and TG. The Trickstar have been pretty fun to watch. The Water decks have been fun to watch. The Code Talker has been fun to watch. What skill does the Phantom Knight deck use? Probably Phantom Knight Order, if I had to guess. What the Naturia doing? Stalling for 12 turns and then losing. We have Yami. Is Trickstar winning by burn damage? Would you consider Corobane boosting your monster to deal damage as burn? So correct me if I'm wrong. Were Trickstars really used? Like, how much did the Trickstars use their Link monsters in the actual TCG? I mean, I'm sure they did, but like how much? How much really? Are we about to see a Trish Zero? Oh my lord. So shiny, there are, and I look at them and it honestly I read every Trickstar Link monster and I'm just like, these just do the same thing. They all do the same thing. I mean, they don't really do the same thing, but it feels like they do the same thing. Well, good luck, Yami. I don't know if you're coming back from this one. Well, that's a hell of a... Yep, I'd be out of there myself, man. Would not hang around after that one. Game number 1, going to Jet Ski. Is Fish still in? I'll be honest, I'm not actually sure. Nelag did not do the full breakdown for me today, so I don't know who's on Fish. And I haven't had a chance to go looking for it. I get streamed when being countered. Look, okay, look. I saw the water deck and I saw the hero deck. I was like, this is is TG still in? I'll be honest, I also don't know Kazax. I will check when I have a chance. I saw 2 interesting deck lists and I went for it. I'm not trying to give you the streamer curse, my friend. Did I speak on the finals of the YCS? I mean, no. Whoa, Jetski, what happened? Bro, whoa, what? So, I mean, what do you want? Like, blue bricked versus, like, the best deck of the format. I don't know what to tell you, man. It was pretty disappointing, but what are you gonna do? Oh, you don't know who won yet. Ignore what I said. You heard nothing. Spoilers, we all lost that match. True! Can we do a channel point bet on the next match? Sure, no problem. Once again, reminding me that I actually need to do something with the channel points. Flu bricks in general a lot. It is kind of it's a very linear high rolly deck. Well, not high roll, but yeah, I guess it's kind of high roll. We de-bricked. What is in our hand? Really curious. So, Dragoon searching for the Diva. This play right here. Okay, well, first of all, we did not search with our Abystius. So that tells us Gund is in the hand. Is there an archetype I want to see in Duel Links? I mean, do you want the toxic answer or the non-toxic? Toxic 100%. Oh, that is a really hard, that's a weird question. Because then you have to ask yourself, like, is there a deck that you can bring to the game and keep it fair and balanced without making it just like instantly the best deck in the game? Tri-Brigade Zoo. Like, as somebody who enjoys back row decks, I'm probably going to lean towards something like that. Like, I think Labyrinth could be an interesting deck. You just have to be careful about the stuff you actually give it. Hi, I came because of the Blue Angel background. Perfect, we got you. That's a good question. Is it wrong if I say Layer of Darkness? I'd like that archetype. Would that be toxic? You will be able to see it as soon as we go in between matches, my friend. I use it to hide the room codes between matches. Why did we put marksman in defense? You can put it in attack. Why did you click defense, bro? Oh, I guess because you can't actually deal damage. That makes sense. I mean, Shadal's is an easy one. You could probably give Shadal's without it being toxic. Oh, we are incredibly dead. What other archetypes would I like to see? I need to like remind myself of some of the decks I like. I'm scrolling through a list really quick. We could get some of the Charmer support. That would be pretty interesting. What else could we get? Sorry, what's your question, Alia? I mean, I don't know about all the Charmer cards. There's some pretty good ones that might be a bit much. I would be careful with them. I mean, we know rockets are coming. Like this, the question kind of hinges around what's an archetype that's not that isn't in the game and is not tied to a character. So like, as was mentioned earlier, like some version of Evil Twin would probably be cool, obviously. Eventually, I don't like. You could probably build a version of that isn't too toxic. Like, just don't give them Trouble Sunny, for one. We know Raid Raptors are coming. We know Speedroids are coming. No Spiral. Spiral can stay out of the game forever. Like, we have a good chunk of the archetypes in the game. It's just a matter of how do you give them to somebody without making them broken. We don't have Madolche. That would, like, some version of Madolche would probably be fine, or would be nice to get. Maybe some version of Magical Musket, although that might be a little too toxic. I don't know, for dueling standards. You'd have to be really careful with that one. Maybe some of the incantations to make rituals good again. Plunder Patrol? Plunder Patrol is unironically a good answer. Like, Jetski, what happened, dude? Mutants. Oh, Mutants is actually a fantastic answer. Mutants is one of those decks that like never did anything in the TCG OCG. Well, I mean, people dabbled with it a little bit, but you could probably unironically make it good in Duel Links. But no, Plunder is a fantastic answer. I think you could make a fair Plunder deck, although you would have to be real careful to not make it too good. Plunder is like almost like the quintessential good Duel Links deck. It kind of does a little bit of everything. Has good resource, good recursion. Is good without being oppressive. Again, dependent on actually like not giving us like the really broken stuff. I actually got destroyed. Not destroyed. I was testing out my Trickstar deck and I loaded into the I'm sorry guys, by the way, I'm looking for another match. I loaded into the Plunder deck and it was a grinder of a match. Like it went like we back and forth a lot. I was surprised at just how well it played in Duel Links. But I guess I shouldn't be that surprised. It is a very solid archetype. Is there a link to the high-level NPC decks? I'll be honest with you, I'm not actually sure, Rooster. I'll look into it when I have a chance. Load up into the Magistus deck next time. JBMP, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you. This is not game 3, this is game 2. Ogdadix and Duel Links. Okay, could we make Ogdadix fair and not broken? Could I repeat what decks I won in Duel Links? What did I say? Labyrinth, Madolche, Live Twin. Oh, Dragon Maids. I think you could do a good version of Dragon Maids that's not broken. Dragon Maids without the fusions would be fine, for example. If you focused the Dragon Maids specifically on the battle phase fighting, and they did not go into like Sheo and whatnot, it would be fine. Mutants and Plunders were discussed as good options. Wouldn't be surprised to see Mech Knight or Orcus. You have to be careful about Orcus, though. Double Compulse, get out of here. One card left on the field for defense. There's the Necro Valley. No need for any other Orcus card. Okay, come on now. Like, just don't give him the counter trap and don't give him Dingirsu. Like, there you go. Problem solved. Taking that double damage, we are praying for the biggest diva of our life. Actually, would diva even be enough here? We can get one pop. Oh no. Bro, why is it face up? Oh, unlucky. Seva with a 2-0 victory over Viper. Well played, gentlemen. Okay, hear me out, guys. What if they give us Eldritch? Rookie, yes. 3 to 4, X2 will top. Will be my first time. No, hell no, no. God, no. For all that is holy, no. Yes, it would be the first time I spent money on the game in a while. Like, I mean, this gets kind of weird because you like, what if you limit one bundle the Golden Lord? Or just like limit it from at one from release. So you only have one copy. You don't have all the floodgates. Like, is a single Eldritch really that oppressive? Release Eldritch and I will finally be free from Duel Links' shackles. Wow. You heard it here, guys. Quantum is gone. The instant you go on his stream and you summon Eldritch the Golden Lord, he's gonna walk away and we'll never see him again. Somebody was asking about TG. That is the wrong button. These players are currently 2-1. Duel. I'll side deck myself out. Bro, come on. Not looking good for Mako. Unless we don't have the counter trap, but if we didn't dump the counter trap, surely we have it in hand, right? Right. Fire Formation 10. Dweller is an interesting choice here. Fossil Dig searching for the Boost Raptor. We got every card we could want. We just need to be able to play the game. We will force out the circle. This was all done without normal summoning, so not bad. Was hoping to hit the flood or the counter trap if it was down, or the non-circle. I'll get to you on that one, L Energy. There is the counter trap. Unfortunate for Mako. 50-50 called it wrong. We are going to be able to search for the counter trap again. We do have a quick play synchro on this turn, though. Update Jammer. Are we going for the OTK line? We have everything we could want in our hand and more. NMO Buster, you go to your settings, go down to card position, you want manual 1. Kazax, don't, that's to my Discord now. That's not the appropriate Discord. Well, not much more to say. It came down to that 50-50 counter trap. If we had hit the counter trap, we may have had a chance. Good try anyways, friend. Be sure to play in the next round, as you will have a good chance of making the top 16. The last game of the round. I do apologize. I cannot. Will this show up? This is not going to show up. Let's see if I can get your name. I think this is the correct name based on translation. Don't quote me. It's like, I think it's like Grim Reaper. So the next event will be the Meta Freakly. There should be a channel called Meta Freakly 170. That's on Wednesday. That is free entry. You'll be looking for that channel specifically. Attempting the econ take, we say no to that. Foxy resummon, Jaguar resummon. Security Dragon is going to be able to bounce. We're going to econ take back. Into a... Bro. Activating the Recode Alive. Oh, walling off with the Power Code Talker. Negating the effect. How long does that negate? Just for the turn? Yeah. NFL theme. The value engine of this deck, stop! Shiny's already dead. Oh, but suddenly we turn things back around. This is the last game of round 4, Hans. The music, you're right. The music just going back and forth. Any Mermail Atlanteans? Yeah, it's like the second most played deck today. See, like, I'm sorry, but this is so... You're going from no cards left in deck, or no cards on field, to like 4. Bro! Chill. Oh, well, okay. Never mind. Good luck, gamer. I take back everything I said. Salad is a fair archetype that, Yo! Shiny Sophian breaking through this oppressive board, coming back to bring us into game number 3. Yo, this deck is spicy. Is it like the Salad counter? No. By God, no, it is not. But oh my God, when it pops off, it is so fun to watch. We need access code. I too want to ruin the game. Spider Trooper, welcome. Legend rarity access coder 1 of. No. In the anime, they literally made Soulburner brick and lose to Ringe to actually make Salad lose. King, yes. 5 rounds, top 16. We went on a adding spree a couple tournaments ago, Alistair, and I've slowly been adding these godforsaken emotes ever since. 7TV if you don't have it, by the way. Oh, God. Set 2. I swear if one of those is a counter trap. Oh, there is a new anime series. Welcome to every season? Oh no, shiny bricked. Link 1, Link Disciple. I mean, this does get us to our decode talker. So let me take it back. This is okay. It's not great, but it's okay. Did have the counter trap, of course. Unfortunately, I'm not without knowing what's in the hand, the ability to extend here is probably pretty limited. So we know the final face down is circle. Why are we suddenly having a rave in chat? You good? Aren't we just about to pop off now? It's not Crackdown. We know it's Circle. So we can block with it. Could not activate the skill because we did not summon to the extra monster zone. Was that a mistake, though? Should we have gotten the so if we weren't in the same zone as it, we do less damage. So okay. So I guess the hope is we have lethal on next turn with backdoor. We just have to find a way to survive. So the extra damage was strictly to okay. What do you mean versus Roar? Let us see what we do. The back door has been opened. The way is clear. Can you survive? We have Nerf. Trickstars are maybe better than we're giving them credit for. Oh no. Literally the one card needed to counter. Yep. I kind of figured as much, Shiny. It's the Code Talker Alive. So for anyone who's unaware, Code Talker Alive requires you to summon to the extra monster zone to get the trap put into the spell and trap zone. The play that Shiny did opened up lethal if if Shiny survived the turn. Dealt enough damage that on the following turn, Decode Talker attacking directly was game. Unfortunately, their opponent drew literally the one card they needed. Well played to both duelists. I think it goes without saying that watching that deck, it's understandable how it does well in events. That deck's pretty cool. You had game turn 1 if you weren't Pepega. Well, you know, we all go Pepega every once in a while. I know that all too well. The 5th and final round before Top Cut. So again, for anybody who is unaware, this is a no side deck tournament. Our hope is that in no side deck, while Salad is probably still going to be the better deck, the best deck, other decks will have a chance to shine because Salad can't just side deck the out to you. And so far, based on the way people have been entering and performing, I do believe that to be the case. Is Salad probably going to still be the most topping deck? Probably. But I think it goes without saying that you can look at something like this right here. Like, it's like like in previous they will main the out. True. So in previous tournaments, like the Water and Odd Eyes deck would be like 4, and that would be it, and then everything else would be 1 and 2. So at least here we are seeing some other decks actually kind of giving it a go and doing decently well. I think Odd Eyes are performing extremely well, for example. So we will definitely be looking for feedback from people as well. Were the no side events more fun to play in, at least during this particular meta? Game isn't balanced around that mechanic. You're not wrong, but at the same time, side decks have been for the better of the game for the vast majority of Duel Links' history, at least in our opinion. Just waiting for players to load into their matches, by the way. We will have a 5th round match momentarily. All right, do we have some gamers showing up to their matches? I don't even necessarily think that's true. I don't think that's the problem, Senzu. I think the problem is that when a deck is tier 0, like the specific problem is that Salad in particular has very few weaknesses. Like if it was weak to destruction or weak to this or that, it's just the fact that it has an answer to, and this is okay, please, this is not me complaining about Salad. We all know how I feel about Salad. But the deck kind of has an answer to everything. Except like technically it doesn't even have a real weakness to Dweller or I don't know. I don't know. We have ourselves a game. Salads are fine, they just need to power creep it, clearly. Disagree, but...
Duel.
We're not going to talk about that. My comments were specifically in the context... Oh my god, this is the perfect opener. My comments were strictly in the context of side decking. Well, Ritz is going to be able to do whatever they want. They can do the perfect opener here. Wait, what? We wanted to keep 2 cards in hand, I suppose, for Croc. I will say I think we might have made a minor misplay here, depending. Like, you probably should have gone into Coral and then resummon the Croc. I don't know why you want to sit on a heavy infantry. I can't tell if you're memeing or not, Hans. I think a version of Salad with 1 limit 2 and 3 is the power level top decks should be in Duel Links. It's really fair. Up in one of the back row, it is the anemone, or not the enemy controller. Did we search the counter trap? Don't see it. Link, summon Crystal Anemone, and pray that your opponent does not have a negate. Additionally, in normal summoning, we will activate the skill. This was a wrong attack order, by the way. I mean, I guess if you want to bait the Balinks. Alrighty. Using Falco to return Gazelle to hand makes sense. We're going to be able to board clear here. Malevolent Sin, we're going to be able to banish, beat over. Oh, we just have lethal. Like, see, this is, I mean, personal frustrations. We did this with a board of no monsters, and you were under Dweller effect, which is supposed to be, I've been told that Dweller hurts Salad. I've yet to actually see that be the case, but I've been told that Dweller is effective against Salad. I've been told. I haven't actually seen it. See, but the thing is, guys, the actual issue is that people will say like Salad is hurt by Dweller, and then they forget that Salad can summon like 4 monsters from the hand and just ignore their graveyard. They're just like, it's cool. I don't need the graveyard this turn. Anyways, game number 2.
Duel.
Going into Coral. Coral resummon. Additionally, summon the Dragoons. Go into Dweller. Kazax, on the issue of power creep. Power creep should be a gradual thing. Power creep should not be like a sheer cliff. I wish it was Trooper. It's a very fun deck. When I played it on stream, I had a lot of fun. It's not a meme deck, Trooper. Again, it's really unfair to judge any deck in a tier 0 meta. By that definition, literally every other deck in the game is bad. The new stuff Water got is really good. It's really fun. It's got some really cool combos. How would you do that, Sarcasm, out of curiosity? Instead of nerfing Salad, make other decks stronger. How do you make other decks stronger without making Salad stronger? I would like some examples. Because they can't be generic text, because Salad will just play them. So it has to be specific archetype stuff. We might go attempt lethal here. Or not. I feel like this might have been a misplay. Never mind. We're just popping off. Rizama. Well, first of all, it's why would you put it in that zone? I guess it doesn't matter. For anyone who's curious, you should never put one of your hard summoned monsters into the anemone zone. Depending on, I mean, it's almost assured that in the after the KC Cup, the deck's gonna get hit. This is we're gonna talk about this endlessly till it happens, so we just have to kind of accept it at a certain point. Game number 3.
Duel.
This is a pretty weak opener. We're basically old water Xyz here. My 2 Sunrise was hooked into Link Monster by Econ. What is it? Well, that sucks, unfortunately. Yeah. That actually is a good discussion. Is it time for Econ to go? Should Econ be banned? Like, just ban Econ. Econ, the mystic mind of Duel Links. True! I do admit, though, that it's kind of weird. It's kind of... So Econ obviously has the advantage over Crackdown of being a quick play as opposed to a... Bro. These hands, though. Endless summons. Like, Crackdown was probably a mistake too, and it's not one they can rectify anytime soon besides just giving decks level 3 or limit 3s. Rookie Barber, you have a chance, yes. Give us Tornado Dragon. You could probably give us Tornado Dragon. I don't see a problem with it, honestly. Hash DQ'd. Was he 4-0? Oh, so the reason Hash DQ'd is because he didn't need to play that game. He's guaranteed to top. How many times have we summoned this turn? Summoned 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've summoned 8 times this turn. Eight summons with a 5-card hand. Underdweller, yes, Underdweller. 8 summons Underdweller. But don't you worry, guys. Dweller hurts the deck. I mean, so I'm being kind of facetious here though, because realistically speaking, like, yes, it's Underdweller, but like he didn't have any of the graveyard summons. It was all the from hand summons. Mirror from hand, Foul from hand, and I'm counting the Link summons. Gonna come down to what that other card in their hand is. Doesn't look like it's anything. And we're not coaching, but he did this for a reason. We'll probably see something hoping that we can stop our opponent from making further plays this turn. And it'll come down to what our opponent draws. So takes out the wolf. Wolf will not be able to add back any resources. But it kind of doesn't matter because we do have Gazelle. We will be unable to go into a reincarnated Sunlight Wolf, though. So, Salad player actually in a bit of a rough spot here. This is the turn where Dweller Effect is actually going to be impactful. Will not be able to activate Falco Effect, will not be able to activate Roar Effect, will not be able to activate Foxy Effect. Second MST, take out the back row. Really? Just giving up? Okay, to be fair, in this scenario, Ritz was going to be able to search with Dragoons, so it probably was lethal. Shark wins it. So yeah, on the fall, so snipe the back row with the MST. Next turn, activate Dragoon, or activate Dweller, send Dragoon, search for another Diva, use the Dweller as part of the material for like a Coral Anemone. Anemone. Well played to both duelists. Do we have any games left? Looks like we have one or two. We don't know what's topped yet. All right, missed that one. Yusef won. I'm probably gonna play some Trickstar tomorrow. I don't know about actually hitting King of Games yet. All right, this is game number 3, last game of the round. Okay, we have Salad versus Red Eyes. Do we see Red Eyes set up anything in particular? Compulse, get Compulsion. That Compulse felt a little early. Oh, he got fouled. Okay, got you. My man out here actually running heat, Leo. Wait. You guys told me he got fouled. Shiny? You want to answer for yourself? Oh, the Compulse. Okay, okay, okay. You're fine, you're fine. One card and a dream. Why did we... I don't even... What is happening? Jeez. That's not what you wanted to draw. Hello? Bro, this game... Okay, I don't... Tribute summons for Summon Skull, literally in a Summon Skull beatdown meta. In the year of our Lord 2022, we are karma cutting a Summoned Skull. This has to be a street replay. All of our monsters are in the extra deck still. It's not gonna do anything. Sticky Finger winning game number 3. Well played, duelists. That should be the last. Yep, that was the final game in the round. We're gonna go ahead and push it through, and then that should put us in top 16. All right, starting the bracket. Alrighty, I am going to make sure all the X2s know that they top, so give me just a moment, everybody. How's Water doing? We will have a full breakdown in just a few. So, press. Oh, who let Norrentino top? Jet Ski, Carrot, Solomon, and Seba. So the X2s that topped were Chris Oliver, Norrentino, Jet Ski, Carrot, Solomon, and Seba. Hello, Niff. What's going on, my friend? Nelag, thank you. We have the breakdown incoming. That is, in fact, the Nifra. I mean, okay, do you want to play Trickstar in the year of our Lord 2022? Have fun. Give you something free to play? Okay. Do you have the Candinas and the Licorices? What is Narcissus? It sounds bad. Hell no. What does this do for me? I don't care about you. You want to know how you burn in this deck? It's this card right here. This is how you burn. 1800 burn. 1600 burn. Okay, do you want to have fun with the deck though? There you go. Yeah. Lilybell stopping an attack, attacking directly for like 3100. Let's go. That's a bot trap. Okay. Just because you would theoretically be indistinguishable from a bot player does not mean it's a bad deck. Okay? You have to understand. Why are so many people close to... All right, guys, and we're just waiting for some matches to get loaded. I'm making sure all the people actually show up to their match. Why is a 5-0 player about the DQ? Why is a 4-1 player about the DQ? Why do we have so many people about the DQ? Pay attention. What you paid to enter this tournament? What are you doing? Okay, at least the Grim Reaper player, I'm pretty sure they're from like China, so it's like they're probably dead ass. They went they literally 5-0'd this tournament and then are like leaving. Just casually 5-0 Swiss and then dip. We got the breakdown. Oh, this breakdown is interesting. All right, guys. I want you to tell me if you think this is a much more interesting top cut than what we are used to. Thankfully, everybody checked in, by the way. Here we go. So we will show the full breakdown one last time. Okay, that was the full breakdown. Looking pretty okay. Like, yeah, Salad's the most played deck, but there's a decent amount of other stuff. Here is how it converted. In the top 16, we have 6 Salamangreat, 4 Odd Eyes, 3 Water, 1 Code Talker, 1 Phantom Knight, 1 Red Eyes. That is not awful. So during all of this, while I was trying to make sure people checked in, we have already got a game 1 from the Code Talker player. We're gonna go ahead and follow Shiny for this game.
Duel.
Yeah, I'll take care of that later, CM Schofield. Thank you, by the way, Nelag. Alrighty. So, Signet Mining, sending our D-Grade Buster, adding Debug, Debug searching Secretary, Summon Secretary goes into L phase, Microcoder. Okay, this is not an... Okay, this is a really good opener. Wow. We're going to cross-net, take out. We're able to extend it. Go into the Anemone. We're going to crack down, and we don't have anything for it. Attack directly. Recode it alive. GG easy. Well, okay. Just get absolutely bodied. This is one matchup I think that Water would prefer to go first in.
Duel.
Lady Debug, the perfect starter. That tells us we have a... You search for Dotscaper. Are you telegraphing a mining? L-Phase going into Decode Talker. L-Phase is going to resummon the Coder. Coder is going to get summoning. I mean, hey, I ain't about to be out here judging, bro. We're gonna go ahead and pop the Decode Talker. That's fine. We're gonna go into Hope Woven. Praying no crackdown. There is in fact a crackdown. Link into a Code Talker. Microcoder searching for another Lady D. We are just getting absolutely bodied. Holy. Summon. Treacherous Trap Hole. That is a hell of a card. Power Code Talker is now co-linked, cannot be destroyed. Destroying the salvage, going further beyond into Encode Talker. Recoded alive, just a style on the opponent. 3 different Talker monsters on the field. I showed 2 fingers, I meant 3. Holy Jesus. Well played. Sorry, Che. Like, look, I love water, but and it's probably my favorite deck. But holy Jesus. I'm kind of curious how many. I have a feeling Che may not be on MST, and I think that's probably a big mistake. I didn't actually check his deck list, but I would hazard a guess we're probably not on MST or a low MST count. I think MST, yeah, okay. There, Che is admitting it. I think you gotta run MST.
Duel.
All right, water into Odd Eyes. Why are all the rogue decks fighting each other? And Energy, I do agree that Recoded Alive is a very good skill. It is very good. Okay, good luck, Water. You're gonna need it. 1 back row, a pop, no graveyard effects, MST to take out the back row. That's a good start. Well, okay. We're just an absolute gamer. We have everything we need. Oh, jeez. Probably gonna go into Hope Woven here. Yeah, we need to be able to get over. Well, it went from probably one of the most oppressive turn 1 boards Odd Eyes could have put up against Water into good luck, gamer, because you done. On the next, we can resummon either of our monsters. This this is the guy that draws the out. True. Okay, okay, there you go. One piece of the puzzle. You called it, Trey. Show us Donkey. Hello? That's okay too. Maybe. Depends on what we're running in the extra deck. Well, we clear the board. Have an Illusion Magician bring out ooh, but now he can't kill the anemone. Oh no! I don't think there was anything we could have done there. We didn't think that one through. Second activation of Territory of Sharks. Going into the Dweller. That's gonna be lethal. Game number 1 going to Rit1S. I think Odd Eyes is still perfectly fine in the water. I think the matchup is kind of a pretty fair and balanced one. It kind of depends on who goes first, but it's not insurmountable. To be fair though, Ritz drew like perfect. If it's Odd Eyes favored, I don't think it's like oppressively so. We are gonna have just the pop here, maybe a back row. Che, I would argue that I think the matchup is dependent on who goes first. I think both decks are favored slightly if they go first. But again, I personally do not think it's an insurmountable difference. Zaid King, Hope Woven can trigger even if you don't attack Hope Woven, so you're not... Okay. This is, this solves the problem. Hello, Zealand. So, Teus, oh, wait a second. Did we open? We opened our Gund. Nice. You gotta love opening that's... That should just be game. Oh, hello. And it's still game. Should have hit the high scale, it seems. Game number 2, going to Seva. To be fair though, so both players opened mid, but I would say the Odd Eyes player still opened slightly better. You never want to open Gund, and you opened Gund. Third game in a row, Seva going first. All right, show us what you got. And you set up the oppressive, the water player misplayed. How did water misplay there? How is that a misplay though? You guys just said always pop the high scale. Or the, wait. Yes. Yeah. Well, we opened the combo once again. We are going to be able to set up our Abyss Dweller. So the reason that they're saying you hit the high scale is because that version of the deck tends to run way less high scales. Usually your high scale is going to be your 1 copy of Zhang Shen Magician and your two Jokers. So what did we open? We opened Joker, searching Odd Eyes for the skill, Pen summon the Odd Eyes and the Performapal, and then we had Noble Dragon in hand. We have the Chalice. Okay. I mean, this is not the worst trade. We can figure that back row is probably... So the only thing we've seen revealed is a Compulse. So basically right now, like worst case, you should assume that is a Compulse. Can you play around it as a Compulse? What do you do here? What do you do? What do you do? Gonna go for Coral? Lance one time. In attack mode. I guess it doesn't matter, but why in attack mode? Okay. I mean, we have to go into Hope Woven, though. Anemone would be a terrible idea. Why would you go Anemone? We know the card in hand is gunned. You can't extra normal summon. Bro! Come on! Yeah, you literally need Diva. Apparently he learned from chat. Once again, I am asking for your... I'm once again asking for a Diva top deck. Oh no. Not lethal. Only 1200 attack, not lethal. There is a chance. Okay, so we're calling it right now. Steva will summon, doesn't have lethal, 200 life points left. Ritz has Teus in hand, he will draw into Dragoons. I'm calling it right now. Why'd the game stop? They're thinking. I don't know what they're thinking about, but they're thinking. Maybe Mythyard's in VC with them. All right, this is it. Your last shot, Water. Show us what you have. I'm extremely disappointed right now. And we're not even going to get to see what it is. It's Econ Copium. Lethal damage. Seva will proceed onwards, defeating Ritz in a 2-1 victory. Well played. To be fair, though, it literally came... That top-decked Necro Valley was brutal. Absolutely brutal. Any water left? Let us see. So Hash defeated Jet Ski, so that's another water out. No, all the waters have been defeated. Wait. Have they? Yeah, all the waters are out. I don't have a command for that, Udius. If you want to see the top 16, this is it right here. So, Shiny defeated Che, Hash defeated Jet Ski, and Seva defeated Ritz. Odd Eyes is doing really well. There are 3 Odd Eyes in top 8 right now. All right, let's see. What should we watch? So it's labeled as Phantom Knights, but it's actually more of a Burning Abyss Phantom Knight. It's actually a really interesting amalgamation. We've watched Shiny a lot. We're gonna watch Carrot and King, unless King wins. Okay, well, never mind. We didn't get to watch it. King wins. I guess we will watch Shiny then. Just making sure all these matches get pushed through so we're in the top 8. Okay. We missed it. So Lil Rabbit, it wasn't real Phantom Knights. It was more of a PK Fire with, it was more, actually I would call it more 3-axis. I'll show the deck list after the tournament. So the, again, yeah, the PK BA player lost, yes. In the full breakdown, I think there was one hero deck. That was the full breakdown. And then this was the top 16. Why is there a Nekroz? People just like the deck. If you ever see a single deck in the breakdown, a lot of time it's just because the player likes it. Okay, Shiny just going in here. Hello? Okay, I'm confused. Why was the counter trap not used, though? I'm really confused. Set it off Falco that turn. Okay, okay, thank you.
Duel!
Okay. So not the greatest opener, but not terrible either. We want to protect that pop. I just love the fact that we tributed freaking Decode Talker. So we know we searched for the Gazelle. We have no way to get it to the graveyard right now. Three other cards that we don't know. Reincarnation summon on the Balinx. Double back row, recoded alive. Two back row though. You have to figure they're disruptive traps of some kind. We can, in theory, pop one of them. Dotscaper is fantastic, by the way. What a rip. Taking out the needle ceiling, bro. I am. Dotscaper resummoned. What is that final back row? Electing. Oh. That's GG. What was that back row then? Had to be something that was dead, but what? Shiny wins and a 2-0 victory. This was top 8. Yeah, sorry. Let me fix that. So your top 8 matches are Salad versus Odd Eyes, Salad versus Odd Eyes, Salad versus Code Talker, and an Odd Eyes mirror match. So 3x Salad. 4x Odd Eyes. 1x Code Talker. Who do we want to watch here?
Duel.
No, wrong one. Alrighty. I do apologize. I am translating this name via Google Translate. I believe it's Grim Reaper. So I do apologize if I got your name incorrect. If you let me know, I will correct it. Thank you, CM Schofield. Appreciate that. Currently up a game versus Lin2 and is undefeated. It's Uchiez. Mizu, I usually have 1 or 2 people assisting me. Today it was Nelag, and usually lately MP3 player has been hanging around, so I usually have some people here with me. Other people that will regularly assist me are Metal Overdrive, Eli, a couple others, but I do a good chunk of it, yes. Foxy, fantastic against... Oh. Well, okay then. Can you stop this lethal, my friend? PTH coming in clutch. Joker's a heck of a rip. And we are running Odd Eyes Arc Pendulum, so we can also pendulum summon. Do we do it though? Attack position, Zhang Shen Magician? There is delay. Didn't he need to activate this effect? I don't think most people know she has an effect. The comeback, bro. Holy. And it doesn't even matter. Whatever he draws, he can just spin this. Wait a second. Did we have lethal if we played Radish? Oh wait, Donkey, right. Second donkey only searches if you have a scale. Wait. Performance second. Oh yeah, so it only sends to the, it only adds to hand if you have scales. Yeah. That is a 2-0 victory for Grim Reaper. Well played. We will continue to follow the Code Talker. What's wrong with it, Aaron? Alrighty, this is a top 4 match. And 1 and 2. Code Talker alive, Mizu. Is Shiny, she's playing Code Talker alive. Well, we have the combo. Good luck, gamer. Wait a minute. Why did we not go a rank 4? Subtraction, get subtracting. So we now have a negate for the pop. You try and pop, and I nuke you. This music gives me NBA 90s Dream Team theme vibes. Real, bro. Real. Easy. I am a Code Talker believer now. Econ, most fair card in the game. Hamora, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you.
Duel.
I mean, just casually searching Double Donkey. Konami kicking themselves to this day about not making Econ a selection card. What are we searching? There's an obvious answer, and that would be it. The advantage of this turn is nutty. And we have follow-up for the next turn as well. Going into Meteor Burst. This will end on the Doom Rider. All right, good luck, gamer. Can you break this? Shotgun the Dweller, because why not? Do we have a follow-up? That is the question. Real? Real? It's happening? Wait. 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 Wait a minute. Wait. Bro! Oh my god! Shiny! Oh my god! Beautiful! Schofield, CM Schofield told us. We didn't listen, but CM Schofield told us. Yo! Oh my god. All right, we are in top 4 for the other match. No, I 100% agree. That was absolutely delightful to watch. I already consider this tournament a very good success. It's gonna be a salad mirror match on the other side of top 4. So we can quickly review while we wait for both players to show up to the match. Alien HR, correct. This is no side. One deck, no side. So here was the full breakdown. 55 or 56 players. I'd have to do the count again. 20 Salamangreat, 9 Water, 7 Odd Eyes, 3 Phantom Knight, 3 Trickstar, 2 Code Talker, 2 Red Eyes, 1 Crystron, 1 each of Crystron, Dark Magician, Destiny Hero, Fish, Goki, Metalfoes, Naturia, Nekroz, and TG. The top 16 breakdown was 6 Salamangreat, 4 Odd Eyes, 3 Water, 1 Code Talker, 1 Phantom Knight, 1 Red Eyes. The top 8 breakdown was 4 Odd Eyes, 3 Salad, 1 Code Talker. Top 4 is 2 Salad, 1 Odd Eyes, 1 Code Talker. And your finals will now be Salad v Code Talker, whichever one of these players wins. Okay, looks like the players are there. Please bear with me, friends, while we wait to get to the finals. Predictions. We'll do predictions in the final. Oh, I guess we can do predictions here as well. Who wins the mirror? Grim Reaper or King? 1 minute. For context, Grim Reaper is currently undefeated, 7-0. King is 6-1. King at the top. Grim Reaper at the bottom.
Duel.
Let's go. So our setup is going to be, ooh, no field stuff. So we have 2 back row, unknown status on the counter trap. Sorry guys, a little tired here. I actually should have been in bed an hour ago. I have work tonight. We're powering through this. I prefer the English voice line, Sam Schofield. So in this situation, what are we gonna dump? We will dump the counter trap. Excuse me? Interesting play. Econ back, bro. Show us the crackdown. Oh, wow. I mean, okay. What do you do? You're done. You're... Bro. And we know, you know that's the field spell, so... Game over, bro. Bro, you done. This is literally the embodiment of he's already dead. Well, hello, Resaline. While I deeply appreciate you and everything you do to assist me, you are so unbelievably wrong. Wait. Wasn't even lethal? Did we miss lethal? Or do we not run? Hello? Did we just like not count? The only thing I can think of is that we don't run Sin. Grim Reaper has played too well. There's no way that we just forgot if we have Sin.
Reincarnation Link. What are we gonna grab? We will reset the trap via its own effect. Grab the circle with Roar, or Sunlight Wolf, excuse me. I mean, we're just dead though, aren't we? Circle doesn't help us here. Counter trap doesn't help us here. We just need to get another body on the field and you're dead. Counter trap the skill. True. Wolf on wolf violence. Grim Reaper will win game number 1. Game number 2. Excuse me.
Duel.
Alrighty, King, what do we got? Leading off this time. We're gonna double check what's going on. We'll double check, make sure everything's good. I mean, you say that, Solomon, but then you, like, I don't know, top deck into a Foxy into, like, I don't know what, Gazelle. GG easy. Well, our opponent is no longer at the table, so did they...
Are they just gone? Well, okay. They're back at the table. Just wanted to give a handicap. Real shiny, real.
Duel.
I realize that there's no like analog. I'm assuming it was a hard disconnect or something, Dranzer, because they like left the table and were gone for several minutes. But like, what would be like the real life equivalent of what happens when you get like a DC or a disconnect bug in Duel Links or Master Duel as well? Like you're playing a game or whatever, and then like another player just randomly walks by and like just upends your table. Completely irreparable game state. Like, water spill on the cards. That's a good one. That's a very good one. You fall asleep. Okay. Like you just like have a narcoleptic episode, just crash out and they can't wake you for like 10 minutes. Is there a command to view the bracket? There is, in fact. It is ! bracket. No problem. I'm beginning to suspect it was, in fact, just a handicap. He's like, King, I really don't want to just 2-0 you, so here you go. And wish me luck in the finals. What did the MST hit? Excuse me? Elmaz, no. Code Talker's in the finals. So Grim Reaper has been main decking Needle Sealing. Oh, you may have missed it, Elmaz, but In the no side deck tournament today, this was the top 16. Or sorry, the overall breakdown. This was the top 16. And top 8 was 4 Odd Eyes, 3 Salad, 1 Code Talker. Yes, Elmaz, Red Eyes made top 16. How does that make you feel?